Alright, let's get going. And hopefully people are gonna start trickling in a little bit later. For now it's being quiet, but maybe soon we're gonna get a couple of people coming by. It is technically 30 minutes early, but I've been really wanting to start this right away. And I'm still forgetting some important stuff like muting myself on YouTube. Otherwise I get to hear myself twice and that's just annoying. Okay. Alright, let's get started. I do feel like this is one of the maps that I can improve on more easily. I will say that I did go and have a look at what people felt was the best line for this map, and I have the best line according to people that I was looking at, so I'm gonna need to just remember the line better and see if I can get an improvement. It's gonna take me a couple of runs to get back into it, I guess, but I should be able to go back to finishing in the low 11s. Also, people that I was seeing playing this map and that were talking about getting world top times and stuff like that, like some of the world top 50 and stuff like that, were actually in the very high 10-second times, like 10.9, 10.8. Oh, hi Weibo. So I'm actually already doing really good on this map. To be fair, I've got a top 10 time regional still. I'm still remaining in the very strong times for this map, so it's gonna be an interesting grind. My two worst times, I know how to improve. My issue is doing it. And they're precise. Well, I mean, at this point, every map except the last one is precise maps for me at this point. The last map is luck for me. You would have a hard time doing that? I mean, yeah, this is a lot of practice that I've put into this, Weibo. Like this, you can see that I'm almost in the top 1000 in the world for this map, which is, honestly, this is my best performance I've ever done on any map in this game. There's potentially hundreds of thousands of people playing these maps. Like, I think most of the weekly shorts get played by at least 250,000 people. So the fact that I have any time in the top 1000 or close to that at this point, with the fact that the weekly shorts reset in about 20 hours, they've been up for 6 days already. That shows just how good I was in this map. Yeah. For the world, well, in the world scale, I've never had a map in the world scale that I was in the top 3000. And while, yeah, it's still not completely over, I'm probably within 0.2 or 0.3 seconds of the world record at worst, really. Like, for... I like to use references, like the obviously the world record times and everything is secret for the people's time. But there's enough people making videos and making like a variety of shorts and whatnot that you can actually get a little bit of a feel for what the top level is around. So I was able to get one of my people that I normally watch for this information, and that person is typically within the top 100 in the world, or at least close to that. And for this map, that person I believe has a 10.9, low 10.9. So I expect world record to be roughly 10.8. Which means I'm extremely close. I know it's a 10 seconds map, but it still means I'm extremely close and I'm very fast on this map. But I very much enjoy this map. I've been doing pretty good this week. I think I'm within half a second on every map except the last one. I know I'm at least a second off on the last one. But the last one is a very rough one. A lot of people are struggling with it. Like, this was already a very good run, a 10.2 essentially. No, 10.2, 11.2. 11.2 is strong. Anybody getting an 11.2 is likely in the top 2000 already. So yeah, this is a good map for me, which I'm very happy about. Okay, let's see. That's not wide enough on that line. I need to be a little wider for a better setup to the end corner. I honestly haven't checked this map properly to see what the other players do in very small details. I was just looking at the line for this one since I already have a very good score. Oh, hi, thank you for the follow. Oh, I believe you're Mio's girlfriend, right? Yeah, that sounds familiar, yeah. But thank you for the follow. So Luna, yeah, that's what it is. I'm sorry, I'm bad at reading names, and especially if it's in the middle of a game. Hello, thank you for coming by. I appreciate anybody wanting to spend some time here. Okay. Wife, you got remarried? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I don't know every detail, but yeah, it's nice to have you here. Thank you for coming by, and I appreciate both of you. Mio is often coming around and checking things out and just hanging out, so it's been nice to have some support from anybody around this community, especially with Z being really nice and allowing people to, well, allowing your friends and whatnot to interact with each other as much as possible, which is cool. And I think supporting each other is the way that everybody in here is gonna be able to get anywhere. If we don't help each other, there's never gonna be, well, if we don't support each other, nobody's gonna get anywhere. At least for the small creators, that's true. And especially with Z wanting to try and make it her job, she needs to have the support. So it's nice of her to be open at letting others of her friend group have their chance as well. Okay, this is getting really hard for me to get a good line through here because this is very precise at this point. I need to be really close to the walls if I want to get a faster line. No, that's too wide. No, I hesitated and that was wrong. God, having the ghost sometimes feels like I can tell what I'm doing right or wrong, but sometimes it's just making things worse. Because I see a mistake and I feel like I'm slower, but some ghosts are fast early or fast later in the run. Like this one is got a good middle section, which is what's important more than having a good beginning or good end, because the current ghost I'm chasing has a not so great end. But it's got a decent start and a very good midsection. I think I needed to be a tiny bit wider than that. Making the corner is gonna be tough. I didn't release the gas. Yeah, you've just been trying to support the people she watches. You actually don't really normally watch streams, but you like supporting if you can. Hey, I appreciate any kind of support. It doesn't matter if people can't give money or can't subscribe or can't do anything. Just having people watching is actually a very nice amount of support. I know that I haven't streamed with nobody in my stream in a very long time. I typically always have a couple people passing by nowadays, but I can tell you that the first few months where I had nobody in stream every single day, those days are rough. You don't have any interaction, you need to speak to yourself the entire time, and you just don't know if anybody would enjoy watching or doing anything while interacting in the stream in any way. So it's very hard. The first months to years, depending on the people, where you have nobody watching is the worst. It's where most people lose their motivation. I think I got lucky because I had some friends that were willing to support me, and on top of having friends willing to support me, I think I got lucky because I found a few communities around other streamers that were actually nice and positive, including obviously Z's communities, but there was a couple more as well that I was hanging out with that were very supportive, which is honestly, I think that's more important than actually getting lucky, because a lot of people think, oh, you just need to get lucky, but you can kind of create your luck if you go around and talk to people and just obviously not making it an advertisement in every big streamer's channel, but like if you're going around, and some streamers are okay with you talking about the fact that you stream, others are not, just make sure that you respect the rules. But you can often get people or some of the bigger creators that are willing to also just give tips. And it might sound stupid, but asking other creators a couple of tips here and there, even if you expect to hear the same thing from different creators, that's fine, because you open up the chance to discuss, and you open up the chance for those creators to, well, just be aware that if you show up, you might be preparing a stream, or you might have just finished one. Obviously, raids are also a big way to get some of that interaction going. I do think that I'm not the type of person that enjoys using raids for building my channel as much as other people. I don't raid random people all that much. I prefer raiding my friends or raiding streamers that I really enjoy watching myself. Typically for me, my politics on raid is, if I raid somewhere, that's because I'm gonna be watching that after the stream. So this is the reason why I felt like building relations with a couple of community was definitely more important for me, since that's kind of where most of my viewers come from nowadays. Whether it's Z or it's Tina's community. That's where most people coming by are coming from. And it's making a big difference for me. I know not everybody comes by every single day, but that's fine too. Yeah, this is gonna be a really hard one. I might switch to a different map soon-ish. Can usually be hard to talk a bunch, especially if you're not talking to someone. Yeah, like the first, I think some of my first streams are still on my YouTube channel, but I was using it as a way to practice early on, and I eventually realized that sometimes it's fine to talk less and then talking too much, because I realized at some point that I was repeating myself too much. So you need to get used to talking about what's your thought process in a game. Oh my god, I was actually close to beating my record. One of the big things that ends up happening is, depending on the game, you might need to talk about something else. So for instance, when I'm talking about Trackmania, I typically try to talk about what I think I do wrong, what I think I need to do to make it right, and stuff like that. Early on, I was streaming a bunch of Minecraft, and when I was in Minecraft, I was elaborating my thoughts process on what I was trying to build, why I wanted to build it, and all of that stuff. It was all just about explaining my current work at the time, essentially. And that's kind of what you need to do, otherwise you're just gonna sit there quietly and there's gonna be just silence. And most people are not gonna be interested in watching somebody sitting there in silence. And in most cases, when you get people joining the channel for a minute or two, if you're sitting there quietly, it's very likely that they're not gonna be interested in starting up a conversation. Yeah, the thing about streaming is, unless you're someone that spent years or that always speak to themselves when playing game, like speaking of your inner thoughts is not actually that easy to gain as a skill if that's not something that you've been doing for years prior to starting to stream. So it's definitely an acquired skill for a lot of people. And it's a skill that a lot of streamers eventually lose as well. Because if you get to a certain size and you get people in your chat talking, even if it's just talking in once every minute or two, once you get to a point where you kind of almost have a couple people to interact with in your chat, you end up losing the ability sometimes to just express your inner thoughts all the time, since you get enough interaction to just make it so that the stream is not quietly sitting in your chair while playing a game. So Z is getting that from time to time. Not in every stream, but like in collabs, Z's streams in collabs is chatty enough because of not just her stream having people, but everybody else in the collab bringing a couple people. It makes the chat a lot more interactive, which means that she doesn't need to be talking about the game nearly as much. Whereas whenever she does a stream like a lot of the Resident Evil speedruns, her chat tends to become a little bit more quiet. She also needs to be focusing on the speedrun, and she kind of needs... Well, it's kind of harder for her to start talking about her inner thoughts and explaining stuff about the game. And sometimes it's normal for a streamer to become more quiet and focus on, well, what they're doing in the game or whatever. But sometimes that can be a detriment as well, which is why it's kind of important to have a mix of both, but also why it can become very important to actually genuinely have people talking in chat. It depends on the situation, obviously, but it also is important to choose a game that you enjoy, since if you play a game that you don't enjoy, chances are that you don't have as much of a good time playing the game. I think I've seen a lot of small streamer with 0 viewers that are just playing games, and you go in their stream and they're not even enjoying what they're doing. They're quiet in their corner, they're not having fun with the game, they're just playing a game because it's like the new big thing or something like that. And that's just not how you need to do things. You need to have a good time, so that if people come into your channel, they see you having a good time, and it motivates them to stick around and have fun as well. And this is one of the big reasons why I've been in Trackmania lately. I know I'm never gonna be a top player. Well, at least I'm never gonna be looked at as a top player this time. But I'm genuinely enjoying playing the game, and I'm trying really hard to get better and improve, and I'm just having a lot of fun, and I don't mind explaining to people what I'm doing right, well, at least what I think I'm doing right, what I think I'm doing wrong. And it's been really nice. I've also felt that every time I stream Trackmania, it seems to bring new people around, and I think that it's been nice for me because it's been a good experience so far. You think fun should be the priority anyways? Yeah. Like, this has been fun for me, and while, yeah, I'm not getting a new personal best right now, like, this is still fun for me to be grinding it, and I feel like I'm testing out stuff, learning a little bit here and there, and I can tell you this, 2 months ago, if I would have access to this map 2 months ago, first of all, I probably wouldn't even have a time in the 12 seconds, like under the 12-second mark, which I do now. I'm almost in the 10-second mark. So not only would I not have a 12-second and under time, I probably would be struggling to come nearly as close to replicating the like a low 12-second time, like all the time like this. Almost every single one of my failed runs right now are on pace to be a low 11 seconds. Almost every single one of them. I failed a lot of my runs right now because I'm trying to be extremely close to the walls, and I'm trying to be very specific with my lines and just trying to do a tiny fraction better, which is what you need to do in this game, but it's still, like, it's top level play at this point. Like, just on that, I actually didn't hit the last wall, I hit the second to last wall. Because I was so close that even though I didn't actually crash it properly, I slightly brushed it and lost time. That's just how tight I'm trying to make these corners on this map. And that's what I need to do if I want to beat my time, because that's essentially what my personal best has. My god, I was actually really fast on that start on that one. No, that's wrong. I'm gonna move on to a different map for a little bit. I think this one I'm really close to the best I can do. I'm not gonna touch my top 10 time. Like, this is... The crazy thing is, these are my regional time. And on regional times, I'm doing amazing. Even the Canadian time, I'm doing pretty freaking good. Did you only recently start playing Trackmania? Not really. I've been playing Trackmania for, I think, 6 years, but I didn't play it that actively. I started with Trackmania Turbo a long time ago. I was playing Trackmania Turbo for a while. Then I picked up Trackmania 2020, which is this one, somewhere in 2020 at some point. Since it's free, I kind of picked it up and decided to have fun. And I've been playing it every so often since 2020, but never nearly as actively as I have been in the past few months. What I will say though is I have been watching some very strong content creators like Virtual and a lot of these very good Trackmania players for several years, so I do have quite a lot of knowledge from the top level players, which is definitely helpful, especially when it comes down to learning, since I know what the top players are trying to accomplish. It definitely helps quite a lot. And I will also say that these maps, all of the weekly short maps, I feel are an extremely powerful tool that the game has recently to teach new players. I think they're a very good way to learn and get better, because they're such short tracks that getting the hard tricks a couple of times is much easier than getting a map that lasts a minute and takes the same hard trick 20 times. So for instance, in this one, this is a shortcut trick essentially. If I can land it, we'll see it happen. I know that I have the world record line, at least I'm pretty sure I do, according to what I saw from strong players for this map. But there's no real big trick on this map. It's just getting the right line and getting as much speed as you can here, and then entering a slide immediately as soon as you land to have the right angle. So that's good, and that's a good line, and I messed up. But yeah, this is just a shortcut on this one, because the proper line, if I want, I can show the proper line. The line that they intend like weak players to do is to just do this, go here, go this way, and go this way, and that's the line that is intended for a new player. But if you want to go a step further, that's when you can start to try and shortcut a little bit more on this map. For instance, the first shortcut line that I did on this map, which I thought was the line at first, was to just go up here. I missed it this time, but that was the first shortcut line that I did. Then I realized that I could shortcut to the right. So that's just a question of learning. We played maybe 7 or 8 years ago, but not a lot. I remember a lot of crazy tricks and stuff people would do. Yeah, and I've been learning some of those tricks in the past few weeks too. Like, I learned how to do bug sliding. I've been getting better at my speed sliding. I've been trying to learn some of the ice tricks better. I've been trying to learn some of the reactor boosting tricks better, but I'm still not great at some of those tricks. But if I don't practice them, I'm never gonna become better at them. So I see practice as I see my streams as a way to motivate myself to practice and get better. And while I don't know if I can ever reach a top level player's level, but it still would be nice if I could start to even get close to top level plays. Okay, So yeah, that's not great. Yeah, ice tracks are still a nightmare for me. I have some decent bronze on track that have ice on them, but I've been struggling on ice quite a lot. My worst stuff right now would be the highly technical stuff. Ice is really bad for me still, and reactor boosting. All three of those are stuff that I am very much terrible at still. But that's okay, because Trackmania is a game that you can be a top player in one or two styles and be recognized for that. Like, there's people that are recognized for being incredible ice players or incredible reactor boost players or speed player, and people are gonna recognize those names. And those names might not be recognized as being top level players in other type of tracks. And I'm not looking at being a top player in every type of track. I'm just looking at getting good enough and seeing what my specialty is or what I naturally am good at and focus on that, or at least what I enjoy getting good at. Because obviously I could get better at ice, but I don't enjoy playing ice that much, so I have a feeling that I probably won't be going for that. But I really like any track that has a very good flow. My problem is that some maps that do have a good flow, you need to be fast to have that good flow. So because I'm not fast enough, I don't have the flow, and I don't enjoy playing them at this time. Which is why I enjoy the weekly short, because a 10 to 15 second maps, like, the flow is not that hard to catch in most cases. Like, for this map, yeah, I'm struggling to get the line and I'm struggling to get a good jump, but I still have some very nice flowy line most of the time, and I can actually get a lot of good stuff going on. And yeah, this is a bad line, but this is a good example of that's what you need to do, but better. Like, that was half a second slower than my top score. But I think this map, world record is around 16.4. So 16.5, 16.4, not 16, 15.4, 15.5, somewhere around there. I do know I can do a better time, but I'm struggling to get the consistency that the top players have a better chance at getting than me right now. Because those weekly shorts are not easy tracks. Well, I mean, I can't say that they're necessarily extremely hard, but they're not meant to be easy tracks to get a good time with. They're meant to be a bit of a challenge and to have weird lines and have a couple of weird things going on with them. For example, this map, while it is intended for it to be a shortcut map, the trees that I keep jumping into, these trees are in the exact spot that people would normally want to shortcut this track if the trees were not there. So the idea is that this map has a intended shortcut that is partially blocked by an obstacle. So you need to have a bit of an awkward jump to make it past those trees. Which is what makes this map interesting to me and to most other top level player, I guess. Because now you need to figure out a path that still allows you to do the shortcut and that is fast enough to beat, well, to beat any other shortcut that you could get. And I do feel like, from my experience and from what I've seen people do, for this map, doing the shortcut to the right of the trees is what you want, but you need it to be... Oh my god, I had a good line there. But yeah, you want the shortcut to be right of the trees, but you want to be almost touching the trees in order to have the perfect line. No, that was not making it. At least I don't think it was. I think it was way too low. W game. Yeah, this is a really good game. Really love playing Trackmania. And the weekly shorts are honestly one of the best things that they've implemented, in my opinion. By far one of the best game mode they've implemented, in my opinion. Just because it's great for new and old players. Or at least for both learning and experienced players, is what I should be saying. Because I'm not necessarily a new player, I'm just not as experienced as some of the pros. Well, as most of the pros, actually. Because there are pros that are not good at every style of maps, but I'm still not good enough to be considered a pro or nearly close to that on any style at this time. I am getting better though. Nah, I didn't get my drift. I forgot to initiate it properly there. Dang. Oh my god, I keep hitting the walls. It's kind of annoying because the ideal line for me is to go really wide on that turn so that I can have... I didn't get the drift that I wanted either on that one. Oh, that's not a great line, but maybe... no. You think that the only game you try to fine-tune and improve in is Guilty Gear and other fighting games? You used to play Halo competitively, but never went to go through competitive team game again. Yeah, I actually don't want to play team-based competitive games really anymore. I just don't enjoy nearly that much that level of interaction. So I used to play League of Legends a lot, and I was trying to get good at that. I used to play Counter-Strike and Call of Duty a lot, and I kind of eventually understood that I didn't enjoy the competitiveness of people in those games. Whereas Trackmania on a competitive level is all about you doing good yourself. Well, yeah, of course you need to be doing good compared to others, but it's all about getting better yourself, which for me is a much more healthy environment. Plus, from what I can see, the top level players for Trackmania are very happy to encourage other people at getting better, and they're very happy for getting people trying to compete with good times and just seeing what people can do, which is a very LT competition style for me. But yeah, I also used to play a lot of fighting games, and I never wanted to get good and improve at them, but I can see people wanting to do that. And I do think that in fighting games, it's kind of a better L tier medium point in between the two, where you might get some shit from the opponent being angry on and whatnot, but it's all about you doing well, learning combos, learning stuff. So I do see fighting games as another somewhat appealing one to me. What I will say though is I think I've played so much fighting games that I feel like I got kind of tired of it for a while. So I haven't really been touching fighting games in the past years. But I also think that it's kind of normal for people to get tired of something like a fighting games and stuff like that when you do too much of one thing, you can just get tired of it. Dang, that was close. Most of your experience with the community has been surprisingly very friendly, but yeah, I think that depends. Especially in things like fighting games, that's gonna depend on the type of community that it has. Some of them might not be as nice as that one. But I found that games that are more oriented towards 1v1 have a tendency of being far less toxic than games that are team-based. Not in every case, but in most cases. And I found that in this case, for me, Trackmania is almost a fully individual competition where you're competing with everybody, yes, but on the leaderboards and not in an actual, like, in-person match or something. So it makes it so much easier, in my opinion, to just feel like you're competing without the toxic aspect of competition, which is great. Like, if you look at everybody on the leaderboard right now, I'm competing with all of them. Like, I'm trying to go faster than 4,200 people right now. I don't think I'm gonna get there, but I'm definitely competing with all of them, and some of them are pro players that make money from this, that even compete in competitions and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm competing with the same people. I'm competing with everybody on the planet. There's no doubt that I'm competing with all of these people, but it doesn't change that I'm not getting people coming here and shitting on me all the time and just constantly harassing me or yelling at me over voice communications or whatever it is, which is being really, really fun. Also, as a side note, the weekly tracks has a playlist that you can play online, and you're gonna be match made with a bunch of random people. And I've gone into that playlist for a couple of times at least, and every time that I was in there, it doesn't matter if you're slow, if you're fast, people in there are just like, yeah man, come along and play. We're all trying to get better, we're all talking. I've never seen any negative interaction. People were all being nice. Nobody of the, like, none of the really strong players in the lobbies were like trying to start trash talking all of the players struggling. There was always nice interactions, and having people being like, yeah, just spectate me and I'm gonna show you the line, or oh, I'm gonna spectate you and tell you what you're doing wrong. And there would be a lot of that. Yeah, and that's fine. That's what you want in this type of competition. People are competing for leaderboard. People are trying to get better. People are searching for better lines. And you need the opportunity to learn, especially in a game like this. Like, if I didn't have the option of going to go see top level players and see what they're doing that I'm not, I never would have learned anything. Like, I've been trying to use weekly shorts as a great way to learn and improve and get better. And on that note, since weekly shorts have secret times, I'm running this in kind of a half and half type of style, where I'm gonna spend the first couple of days of every week not looking at anybody else. I want to practice learning the map. I want to practice finding my own lines. I want to practice seeing what I need to do in order to go fast. And that's something that I've been doing every single week. And I can say that in every single week, after a couple of days and when I went to go check what people were doing, there was always other stuff that people found that I didn't see. And that's true for this week as well. But for this week, that's true on one of the 5 maps. Not multiple, only on one map. Every other map, I was doing the top level lines. So that's proving that my efforts of learning and trying to see my own lines has been actually successful. I've been able to figure out stuff about the maps and figuring out how to go fast by my own eyes at this point. And honestly, the line that I didn't see on the one map that I had, a line that I didn't see, I actually saw almost everything leading up to that line, and I missed a tiny detail that I actually didn't see because I'm never fast enough to get it. So I know what to do. I'm just not able to do the initial trick to get there with the speed. And I might actually want to go on that map for a little bit, because I have the trick partially at this point. Like this map, I'm struggling to get faster. I'm not getting the runs that I want. The main two reasons why you didn't like your experience with Halo was definitely the toxicity and the amount of time you had to put in to be actually good enough to compete in the highest level. Spending like 10 hours every day practicing, doing scrimmage, VOD reviewing. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I felt like with Counter-Strike when I was playing a lot of Counter-Strike. People were expecting you to spend a lot of time doing aim practice. People were expecting you to learn the map, learn the callouts, learn everything. And just reviewing your own play, reviewing your positioning, learning how to jiggle peek and do a bunch of that stuff. And that's, at some point, I felt that it was a lot of stuff, a lot of time to put on it, a lot of stuff to learn every time. Plus, doing it in public lobbies and stuff like that was, well, it was not fun. It wasn't a big pain because everybody was shit talking and yelling and doing all type of shit. So I decided that I wasn't interested in grinding it anymore at some point, and I started to play mostly gun games and stuff like that. But it doesn't change the fact that I completely understand your point on that. This is essentially similar reasons to why I stopped doing, whether it was League of Legends or COD or like Counter-Strike. All of these games I stopped for that reason. Alright, so this map, what I'm missing is actually my personal best kind of has what I need. You're supposed to climb over this, ideally decently. Oh my god, that's what I need. I need that boost, but I need it to be slightly more towards the next checkpoint. Like what you need is to climb the pull stick. Yeah, as long as you can climb the pull stick and have the reactor boost. Do different cars have different physics or hitboxes? Yes. Every car has their own hitbox, and they also have different things going on with their physics. So this is rally car. At least I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's rally car. Rally car is actually good on dirt. It's technically faster than the race car. And reactor boost changes the physics as well. So there's a lot of changes going on with it. There's 4 or 5 alt cars in this game. And they do change physics to a certain degree. They change how much grip they have. They change how they react with certain surfaces. They change quite a bunch of stuff. And in this case, it doesn't matter what I do. I'm always gonna be on that car because the thing to change my car is literally right in front of me at the start. So unless I want to go backwards, like the only way I could evade it is to go backwards. Oh, actually, I missed it. would be to go backwards. Oh my god, I keep missing it. If I wanted to, I could do this, go backwards, but you can see I have so much less control over the car, because on grass the race car is struggling significantly, whereas this car can turn on a dime in the grass. But yeah, in this map at this point, the only thing I can do is try to jump over, get the boost, then turn, hit the wall at the back, and after the wall hit, just go in a straight line towards this. That's what I need to be doing. But I'm struggling to get the boost because that's a little bit of a reactor boost trick that I am terrible at. I just don't know how to do it properly. Whenever I get it, it's mostly luck at this point. Like, I got kind of a small boost on that one. And you can see that my personal best does get a bit of a boost. But my personal best got maybe a 30 or 50, 30 to 50 speed boost. And world record times get 200, 300 speed or some shit from it. Like, it's a lot more. I know for a fact that world record is in the low 11s on this map. At least, if not faster. It could be even faster than that. This is one where I need to find where to hit the car and at which angle. And I'm struggling to do it. Like, I know that I've seen a bunch of people getting essentially a double hit, where they hit the front of the car and while they're flying over, they kind of get a secondary hit to the back wheel, which I kind of get sometimes, but I need it to also give me reactor boost speed. Okay, so that one gave me a little bit of a speed boost, but not enough. Can see the difference. This was a clean line and I'm almost 6/10 behind the PB that I have, because I had no reactor boost even on a clean line. So a better reactor boost would make a big difference on that. But yeah, different cars react differently, and I've had some issues with getting good with some of them. I have messed up every opportunity that I had with a better boost than my PB, by the way. Because I was farming for a better boost before stream as well. And I don't know if going for the tighter line is better. What I've seen from people, they were doing the really early one, but also from what I understand, you do not want to be doing the jump over that I was doing, the secondary jump over on the pull stick that I was doing in my discovery run, because on my discovery run I actually found this line, but I actually was doing the jump over the pull stick to try and angle myself faster, but I figured out that people were doing the go around, because it's actually better to go around, do a wall hit to help you turn, because if you have enough speed, you do this obviously better than I did, and that wall hit both slows you down and bounces you towards the next part of the map, and you lose less speed apparently. I've been able to replicate the wall hit a couple of times, but never with a good reactor boost. And honestly, hitting the reactor boost for me, that's the struggle on this map. Because if I don't hit the reactor boost, it doesn't matter. You can tell that having a good line, I'm faster. I do use a couple of extra mods, well, not mods, but extra plugins for the game. This is why I'm playing on PC. So I can see stuff like my time, well, my speed difference to my PB above my time, which is part of an add-on, which is really nice to have, because if you can see that you're just barely behind your PB on time, but you have 10 extra speed, you know that you're gonna be catching back up. I actually enjoy having that up. Got a small boost on that, but I had a bad climb. Bad climb again. You thought that it would be default? No, it's actually not default. It looks like it's default because it's actually just made in the same font. It's made to look like it's natural and whatnot. But no, it's actually a plugin. I think you guys can see my plugins. Yeah, you can. If I look at my plugins, it's the speedometer one. Like, I can turn it off, I can turn it on. Look, if I turn it off now, and I go here. Oh, actually, I think it didn't. Oh, no, it's the speed split, sorry. Yeah, it's the speed split one. Speedometer is the bottom right one, yeah. Plugin is inactive now, and it removes it. So I have this, but I also have the speedometer at the bottom right. The speedometer is honestly not something I use that much, but it can be nice for viewers to kind of get a feeling of what I can, well, what I'm doing, essentially. And it can be nice for people to see the speedo as well, to see what happens whenever when the car is shifting gear and stuff like that. Eventually, you need to learn at what speed it happens, or just learn what it sounds like when the car changes gear. To be fair, I have a bunch of add-ons too. Technically, the record here, that's default. This is an add-on. This is also an add-on, but if I had friends playing, it would show me their times. Like, I'm using a bunch of little things like that. And the open planet stuff, it's technically all completely fine. Pros use it, everybody uses some of these, and it's completely fine to use. There's no problem with them being a cheating thing or whatever. As long as it doesn't give you an advantage, it's not considered cheating. So it's actually very useful to play on PC instead of on console, just to have some of these little extra tools. And honestly, I've been using the speed difference so much to get a feel for what I think is faster and slower in my runs. In fact, I think the better map to know, well, the better map to use that, oh my god, yeah, that's the boost I need, but I need it to be in a better angle where I'm actually facing the checkpoint. So I kind of just need to get a better climb, but there's ways to get better climbs. I'm not good enough at them. Yeah, this is very much a reset grind for this map. I got a little boost there. Better bounce. I have so much more speed. Slight improvement, not a lot though. You can see why it matters just from that. Like, this wasn't even a good boost. It was just a slightly better one, and I made use of it better than my PB before. Oh, dang. That was very close to what you need, I think. Because what I need is once I do this... I missed it. I had a decent one and I missed it. But yeah, what you need is after the jump, you kind of need a secondary hit to fix your angle. Yeah, that's what I mean. You can tell that the wall bounce is actually good. Just... Whoa, okay. I couldn't climb it properly there. That's interesting. Yeah, you can actually feel it. Once you have a run that goes towards it, you can feel if the wall bounce is good or not. And that wasn't even a good one. And I still felt like the wall bounce was good. But I think I can feel it because I'm starting to get enough experience to actually know whether or not it actually gains me speed. I might just take a stop here and be happy with the very slim improvement on that. I do want to try and see if I can hit a really good run on the first map, because it's an incredibly precise one, but I know exactly what I need to do to get faster. It's just that this is one that I think that I'm within 0.2 as well of world record, potentially. I'm really close to them. Didn't go tight enough. But this is a great map to actually have the speed splits, because you really need to be good at being really, well, be really on tight lines, or at least in the right lines. So going over to that booster in the turn, you need to be as close to the wall as possible. I'm too far wide there, but going into that second one, I need to start it a little bit wider and go in tighter than... Oh dang, I actually hit the wall there. I don't know why I'm slower on that. It was the same start. I guess I might have just been on the booster less. Probably got out of the booster before the corner, which is not good. Too wide. Yeah, I'm losing too much time. Okay, I was trying to see if I could hit some speed slides to catch up. Zigzag speed slides are possible, but I'm not good enough at them, I think. And I wasn't actually eating the proper sliding angles. Nope, not tight enough. So the reality is that my PB on that one does get a somewhat tight line, but it gets it too early. I need to get it later in that big going up turn. If I can get very close to the wall, slightly higher up, Actually, that was kind of close to what I needed, but I think I touched the wall just a tiny bit, and that made me lose some time. I might also add a bad drift as well. Yeah, I need to be close to the wall, almost at the top of the turn. That way I don't have... Yeah, this is a tough one, because this run that I have is really, really good already. Yeah, it's actually not bad. I think I need to be about a car length further up before I get very close to the inside wall on that going up turn. What is essentially turn 2. Dang. And I know very, very early on when I need to reset, because I know that if I'm not faster, well, faster on a better line, there's no way I'm beating the other one. No, that's already bad. I mean, it's close, but it's not good enough. Like, this is technically a sub 18 time that I just did, but... And sub 18 is good for top 2000 in the world, most likely still. But it's still not good enough for what I need. Okay. No, I messed that one up. I think I need... I keep forgetting I need to be straight before I start the turn. And I keep being already mid-turning, and that's actually not good. So I need to align myself, go straight, let the car recover properly, and then go tight. Like, this is real close. I'm getting back on track to going fast on this map. No, I slid out on that one. It's too early. Touch the wall on that one. And I'm actually really happy with this PB that I have already, because it's already really strong. I'm not expecting to beat any of my times of the week right now, because it's... Wait, I want to test something. I want to see if I gain more speed. No, it doesn't seem like I gain more speed from being a little further left. I think it takes me too long to set up further left if I do that. Okay, so that's not right. Yeah, I can't be sliding out like that. There's a chance that I might pull out my video guide, because I have a video of somebody doing times that are better than me in every single one of these maps. But I also want to not be constantly looking at a video. Dang, I managed to have less speed on that one. What do you use to play? This is just a PlayStation 5 controller. And for this game, most people either use a controller or keyboard, but I've seen people using some other stuff. I've seen people using a flight stick, there's people using racing wheels, but for the most part, Trackmania is only officially supporting keyboard or controller. So if you want something else, it's actually quite a complex thing to set up. Oh, dang, I was very fast on that one. If I could have managed to get that turn, that would have been good. Flight stick is crazy. Actually, well, it is and it isn't. The reason why a flight stick isn't actually that crazy is because it's a far more precise joystick than the actual controller joystick. So it's actually surprisingly good. At least when it comes down to having a very good level of precision, it's surprising. But people using a flight stick technically have an advantage on some very specific maps that will require very, very, very high levels of precision. Almost to the point where it's nearly not affecting it anymore. You need to be so precise on those maps that, yeah, flight stick can be good, but it's not. It's typically making other type of maps harder to have a flight stick, so a lot of people that use a flight stick have that as a secondary controller. I've even seen people using flight stick on a map, but only in one section of a map, so doing keyboard for most of the map or controller for most of the map and getting to the one precise part and grabbing the flight stick to control that. Like literally grabbing it mid-map to get the hard section going. Am I faster? It's really close. 17,000s. I've also seen people using analog keyboards, and the difference between a regular keyboard and an analog keyboard is just that having the like WASD keys being a percentage of how much the key is pressed allows you to have a more precise level of gas control and stuff like that, just like you would get on a controller with the triggers. So there's a lot of variance in what people use to play Trackmania. I know that for the most part, Trackmania only supports keyboard and controller, but there's plenty of people wanting to do other stuff and finding ways around that. There's been some issues with people getting some controllers or keyboards and whatnot that are technically considered cheating after because of extra stuff on them. But for the most part, it's not happening too much. One of the things that is also interesting for this game, I don't know what you were playing on back in the day, and if it was even in the game back in the day. I think it's something that exists only for Trackmania 2020. But for people playing keyboard, the game offers some some extra keybinds that you can use that allows you to set your steering at a limited amount, like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% and stuff like that, to make it so that if you press that keybind and you press left or right, you get a limit to how much steering you're gonna get. So for me as a player using a controller, I just, yeah, I think it's only for Tecmo 2020. Like for me, like I can do very precise control, well, somewhat precise control of my left and right inputs because of the fact that I'm on controller. But for people on keyboard, unless it's just about really fast tapping in most other games. But in this game, there's some action keys they call, and the action keys allow you to limit steering. So you can set it for a map like this. You could probably set it at a, let's say, maximum of 50% steering on that turn. So you would get 50% of the maximum steering you can get on a controller and stuff like that. This is something that Nadeo is trying to use in order to try and make it be so that keyboard doesn't get a massive disadvantage compared to people using either console or literally a controller on PC. That way it allows keyboard players to have an easier time to steer around corner in a smoother way, which makes sense, but they also had to be careful about the way they're doing it. I think we still have it in 10% increments. I know that they've switched it. It was 20% at some point. It was 10 at another point. I don't know what it is anymore because I don't use keyboard. But yeah, they've set it with percentage increment. And I know there is a current rule right now that exists for top level players that if they want to use things like limiting, that limits their steering inputs essentially, they have to use the in-game action keys. And that's something that happened because of people having some extra macros on keyboard that were attempting to do it instead of the game. Except that because people were doing it instead of with the macros for their own keyboard instead of the game, they were able to set it, for example, at like 33%. And they were able to search what was the best possible angle on a specific map for the turn that they needed. And they were able to set it to exactly that, to never slide out while pressing the entire way and get the best possible line. And they were able to set it that way. So they essentially banned the ability of using the keyboard software to set it. So you have to use in-game action keys. But it was a whole thing at some point that one of the well-respected top-level player figured out how to do that. And there was no ban at the time for it. There was no rule or anything set for it. It just went and used it, realized it could make some maps extremely keyboard favored. And after he made a video about it, people were like, okay, well, we need to make a decision on this. And eventually it was decided that they didn't want to force people to buy specific keyboards that allowed those specific macros in order to make it happen. Because they wanted the game to remain accessible to everybody with the regular hardware that you would have on a PC. So you can just buy any cheapo keyboard at the nearest electronics store and still do the same action keys as anybody else in the game instead of having to buy a $200, $250 keyboard to be able to compete at the top level. I know that in that instance it wasn't that big of a deal, but they wanted to make sure that, well, the competition remained fair for everyone. Man, I wish I wasn't sliding out all the time. We can see that every single one of these maps, I'm actually doing really well, but beating my PBs right now are just... all of my PBs are good. Yeah, you have a very similar thing happening with controllers when they made ones with custom button macros. Yeah, I mean it's the same thing with controllers for Trackmania. You're not allowed custom macros on controller either. Obviously, since they already banned the keyboard ones, the controller ones are also banned. To be fair, I completely agree. Just because otherwise it just encourages people to be forced to buy the required hardware for top level play, and that's honestly that's not really what you want in a competitive game. You want everybody to have a fair chance with the, well, essentially the regular hardware that you would be expected to have. I kind of want to go check my video for the line on this one. I don't think they do the wider setup. I think they do the tight setup, and I just need to aim it better. Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. Like, they wanted to be as fair as possible, even for the new player that picks up the game for the first hour of their forever, essentially. They wanted to just be accessible to everyone, which I agree with. I completely agree with, and I much prefer knowing that they took the decision in that sense. Making it accessible to everyone is honestly the better way. The crazy thing here is I'm trying to hunt for a better time on this map, but even 10, like 100 of a second faster could give me dozens or even hundreds of positions compared to other people. That's just how much of a fast time I already have, and just how precise this map needs to be at this point. Yeah, let's see. Oh my god. This is not the best for me right now. I mean, my current PB does some pretty good stuff. You're gonna have to spam call Miyu soon to wake her up. She's supposed to meet you at the grocery store to buy some stuff. Oh. Yeah, well, I guess if she's sleeping, you might need to wake her up then. Explains why she didn't come in to stream today. Oh god. I'm trying to land the... well, to go just a little bit closer to the wall on the inside there, but I don't know if it's actually good. Yeah, because that's what happens. Just passed out for the past few hours and just finish up work. Oh, yeah. I mean, that happens. Oh, that was probably it if I didn't hit the wall there. Yeah, I'm wondering if I can do a slight adjustment to that. Oh, that's not getting me more speed. Dang. I wonder if I should stay on the wall with the downward slope longer for more speed. Am I catching up? No, same speed. Maybe if I was speed sliding, I could be catching back up to that. I think I'm going fast enough to be speed sliding anyways. Like, I'm still disappointed that there's no jumping that thing, because that would have been fun. Yeah, I'm not faster on that either. Well. Am I catching up there? I don't think I am. No, I was one speed lower. Man, these maps are very tough. So on that one, I was just a tiny bit too far. And that one I went too tight on that turn. Yeah, I need to be figuring out what I want to aim, because I think I don't have a real aim target that I need to be aligning myself to, and that would probably help me to have a better lineup. Okay, yep. Not working out there. Dang, that was so close to the wall, that would have been fast. Ooh. No, I'm losing speed there. Yeah. Man, this is really weird. I wish I could be able to get at least one improvement on some of these maps. The only map that I did get an improvement on was the map that I'm supposedly 1 second behind, which is the one that I would expect to make a lot of improvement on if I could, well, get the reactor boosts that I need. I'm wondering if I should try to have a line just like this and try to release a tiny bit more. I'm slower. Wow, okay. Okay. Interesting. This is crazy because at this point, being even half an inch closer to the wall is actually potentially an improvement. No, I lost speed. I lost some speed. I released it too early. I need to be careful about not releasing my downwards drift too early because that's a good drift to have. It actually gains me speed. And the fact that I released it a little early on that run means that I lost maybe 1 or 2 speed at least. And that extra speed would have been extremely important towards the end. I think I may have been able to get a PB if I didn't crash, but I don't think it would have really been... Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Oh, okay, that didn't hit, but that was very close to being better. Yeah, I'm starting to get a better feel for it now, I think. I think I have a slightly lower speed, yeah. It's just barely, but it is lower. Okay. So I need to be careful going around that, because if you're too on the inside, you don't make it past the booster that well. Yeah, that's bad start. The initial start is almost fully pressed forward, so I need to be careful about that too. I mean, I had a good chunk of speed there. I don't know if that could have caught up. I was actually doing a fast one. Because if I am... I need to have over 610, I think, before the downslope ends. Dang, okay. I think if I don't make it at around 600, 610, that's not good enough. Like, this is 560 almost, but it's definitely not fast enough because I had a really terrible line. Okay, let's just make sure that we hit that better now. Yeah, I need to have a slightly lower steering angle, I think. The thing is, I know that precision is not my strong suit for this game, so while I am trying it, it's not that easy for me to get a good, precise line. Yeah. All of these maps are maps that I'm doing pretty good on right now, but not incredible on yet. I mean, I say that, I do have a couple of really good ones. Okay, let's... No, didn't turn in early enough. I wonder when I should be turning in. Should I be turning in before the booster, as I hit the booster, or right after? I think right after is too late. So it's definitely either before or on it. I think it's before. I think I have to hit it before. Either that or have a better angle before the booster. Because the problem that I'm getting is that I think the booster might be just slightly forcing my drift to be too wide. And if the booster is forcing my drift to be slightly too wide, I'm actually losing a little bit of speed that I could have otherwise. No, that's not early enough. The thing is, it's also a tough call to make because it depends on the line that you come in at. Like, this line was wider, so I needed to turn in earlier. Obviously, the more direct the line, the better. I'm wondering if I should try to steer just a little less. I mean, I think that's more speed, but I think I'm... Yeah, well, I equalize at the end, I guess. I think I need to go hard steer and slowly release it, maybe? I mean, that's better than the previous line, but it's slower. I might need to go review my guide videos because I'm not improving anymore. Might be time for me to go look up a couple of tips, see what they're doing, because now I need to be learning. So I set it to be on top of, oops, nope, on top of this. And this is currently the video that I'm using to learn. I could resize this, but I think we're still gonna be able to see just what I need to be doing. And this is from Karta TrackMain, Karta TM, and that's one of the players that I've been looking at. Okay, so he does go for the wider setup. Oh, I actually didn't realize he was going on the inside there. Is that faster? I guess maybe? Okay, let's see if I can make use of that then. Okay, so now this line obviously is tight at the beginning, but goes a little bit more like this. and goes down this way. It might genuinely be faster. And I almost added right away. Let's go check out if I can make use of it even better. Well, I'm slow-ish, but let's see if that's useful. It might be. It might genuinely be a better line. Okay, well. You got her awake? Good. That's a good thing. Hopefully it gives her the time to wake up and get ready to go meet you then. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and get that better turn line. She's too tired? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everybody... I think for most people, you need a couple minutes to wake up before you start to head out. Oh, you'll go tomorrow? Yeah, that's fine. I think that's also fine sometimes to move it back one day. That's okay too. Like, I was supposed to do my groceries today and I had a bunch of stuff to do this morning and I decided to move it to most likely tomorrow. Wonder if my extra... no, there's no extra speed there. I'm trying to implement speed sliding a lot more on that downslope, but I don't know if I'm doing it right on this one. Because speed sliding would make me faster for sure. And I do think I'm getting it, but I don't know if it's done fully properly. I'm losing speed and time still. So my current setup isn't really working out. I think either I need to go even wider at the start. Maybe I'm trying to be too... no, that's not working out for me. Kinda wish it was, but it definitely isn't, so... I think I might be going too wide on it, but... This is definitely not an easy map either to go really, really fast on. I'm trying to find that spot that gives me really close to the wall at the top of the hill. I didn't get there quickly enough. Okay, I'm definitely not getting the right lines here. That's not bad. That's not bad, but that's not it either. I'm not even certain that that person's inside line is actually faster, to be honest. It might be. I mean, I'm losing time to set up wider. If it was faster, that'd be a thing, but the fact that it's not making me go faster means that I'm wasting my time with that. I mean, I'm able to do a decent line with it. Oh, hi, Mio. Oh, I lost speed. Dang. I was faster all the way to the top of the hill on that one. But my PB goes slightly lower and I lost time. Dang. We're trying to do such small improvements today that it's been really tough to get anything going. I'm slower. I'm losing speed. Dang. That PB is tough to follow for me. I know some of the top players can do my PB on a bad run, but for me, that's so good. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. You're going back to sleep, Mio? No problem. If you need to sleep, you should probably get some. Oh, you got a little kitty on you? She doesn't need it. Yeah, well... Sometimes, even if you don't actually need it, getting it makes you feel better, so... You just like sleeping? Well, some people like to have that as an activity. I'm not judging. I mean, I play video games all night on a regular basis as an activity, so I'm not one to talk in some of those things. You're gonna crunch chips in her ears so she can't fall asleep. Yeah, yeah. That's one way to do it. Oh, that's not great. Dang. Okay, I might move on from this map. I know what I need to do to go faster, but it's so hard for me to do. This is pushing my limits so much. Yeah. Let's try and do another map. God. Do I try and get back my top 5? Maybe I try to go back to get my top 5 on this one. Oh, I'm gonna need a couple runs to get back to my speed on that one, I think. This is definitely my strongest map, so... I definitely need a couple runs to remember it. Okay, not bad. Okay, so that's bad. Got two bad stuff, two bad things happening on that one. Okay, that's... I think I slightly went across the grass at the beginning on that one. This one I touched the wall. Okay. I need to remember what is good and what is bad about this PB. I think this PB has a good but not great start. And it's got a good end. No, is it a good end or a good mid section? I think it's a good mid section and a bad end. Once I start to get back to some good runs, I'm gonna remember what this PB does and doesn't have, I think. Okay. I mean, that midsection is pretty decent, honestly. Yeah, that's not what you want at all. I kind of want to load up my video on that one. Go check what I was doing wrong. Oh, I forgot to switch back to Microscape as well. Okay, so this is what I need to be doing essentially. Yeah, that's roughly what I'm doing. That's it. Tight jump there, tight line here. Okay, so this map is exactly what I'm trying to do. 16.254 is the time that this person has. God, yeah. I mean, I'm like 0.05 from that person's time on that video, so yeah, I don't have... I mean, I don't have much to improve on. Also, I just barely lost top 1000 today. I was top 1000 earlier in the world for this map. So we would like to improve more on this map. But this is by far my best map ever, so I can't be angry if I don't ever beat it before the end of the week. No, too far of a jump, and that's bad line. It made it, but that's bad line. On this map, I suspect anything under 17 seconds is actually an amazing run. But obviously, I'm looking for... Oh my god, that's the end I want actually. That's the exact end I need, but on a good run. Okay, yeah, not bad. And kind of a bad midsection on that one. We're starting to get back there. Oh, okay. I need to be very specific on some of those lines. I mean, that is what you want. You don't want any drifting on the end section, but I also want it to be as far to the right as I can. I am supposed to end around the middle of the end checkpoint, so getting that is a bit of a struggle right now. Getting my start to be better is very tough because I have a very good start on my PB. A midsection of the PB is also pretty good. It's just the end that the PB has that is kind of really not that good. But everything else on the PB is actually pretty dang good. Like I need a slightly lower line, but for the most part, it's actually really good. Yeah, that's not making it well. You don't want to be drifting that end section, but if I end up that wide going into it, I have no choice but to drift it. Oh, and that's bad. I went up way too early. So I'm trying to skip the tall grass section as much as I can. In fact, I should be skipping the entire thing to not lose any time, but I need to skip it while we're being as close to the ground as I can over that little section. Like that. That was actually really good, but I'm so slow that it doesn't matter. Okay, not that far, but wrong there, too wide there, and that's good. Good end, but not great end, good end. By the way, as a reference, this personal best I'm chasing right now is the result of, I think, 12 hours of grinding on the first day. So I'm not surprised that I'm struggling to keep up with that PB. I definitely hunted it for a long time to get that good of a end. Well, that good of a result. Plus, you can see that my end right now was actually good, even though it lost time. It only lost time because the PB had a better speed going up to the end section, even though the end section was worse. Do you ever get blisters from playing a lot? I used to. I don't get them as much anymore because I actually try and take breaks every so often. Like, for instance, every time I've been switching map during stream, it's been an opportunity for me to give my hands a quick stretch and just make sure that my hands are fine. Also, like, I did say, like, yeah, like, that was a 12-hour of grinding for this run. Yeah, but I did have some, like, some small breaks. I would get some food and I would eat a little bit while doing runs, so it's 12 hours, but not 12 hours of constantly holding the controller and doing run after run after run. Just 12 hours of doing mostly playing, but having definitely some small moments where I'm just stretching, eating, doing other stuff. You had to switch to using a fight stick for Guilty Gear, yeah. I understand the pain for fighting game on that as well. When I used to be working on Mortal Kombat, that was a big thing that some people were getting some significant end pains because of the fact that they were playing so much to do the testing and whatnot, and not everybody was used to playing for 8 hours a day. Oh, well, at least not with a fighting game, I guess. There we go. Nice. That N is good. That's a really good N right there. Okay, I'm starting to become more consistent at my end line. I just need a good start and a good midsection. It's too high. I jumped. Without the jump, maybe I could have beaten the PB there. Good end. I think my PB has a better end than I give it credit, actually. Man, I need to be jumping closer to the wall there, but it's not easy. You're pulling me out of bed if she's still in there when you get there. Yeah. Might not be a bad move. Not a great end on that one. It was a tighter line, but the fact that I had a drift, that's not good. In theory, if I can get a really tight one with no drift, that's better than anything I'm hoping for. Okay. My time to set up for that no drift end line is very short, so it's actually not easy to do. Oh, okay. Nope. Didn't set up properly there. Messed that one up. Oh yeah, I forgot that I was doing another start trick, which might be what I'm missing for my better starts. I completely forgot that I should be no drifting the grass at the beginning. Do completely no steer there. I completely forgot that this is what I'm missing. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna make my runs faster, I think. Completely forgot the small detail. Yeah, there we go. That's definitely important. And I hit that little inside, well, the little outside bump there. So I messed it up, but... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I released the gas instead of releasing the steering. Okay. Oh, that's way too wide. The thing that makes this really hard of a map is just all the little tiny adjustments that this map needs, that if you get slightly wrong, you end up with a big jump, you end up really wide and it's bad, or you just completely crash. Like that. Didn't have the angle there. Okay, well, I was too slow getting there. Okay, let's take a quick finger break and get something to drink. Okay, let's get going. Yeah, I'm gonna be hitting the inside corner there a lot. Just because that's the nature of this map. You really want to go close to these corners. Damn, okay. A lot of these lines are very, very precise. Oh, hello. Alright. Oh my god. That's a bad start. Let's just continue it for the practice jump. Oh no, that's too close. You want to stream together? I mean, we're not streaming the same thing, so we're not playing together. I'm not gonna be streaming together with some random person not playing the same game. Okay. I don't really stream together with random people that I don't know. If you want to play with someone, you should probably just go find someone that you know. I'm also probably not going for very long. Okay. Oh, and thank you for the follow. And thank you for the good wishes for the stream. Oh, good jump. But I missed the line after. Okay. Pretty good. That's good too. That's not bad, but not great. I'm definitely struggling to beat my PB there. Oh my god, that start was so fast I didn't know what to do with it, apparently. I think I jumped a tiny bit further than I'm used to because of that jump, so I was already almost in the grass and couldn't adjust it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, remembering that little no slide on the grass was actually extremely important because now I'm getting back to my good starts. Oh, actually not that good. Dang, okay. Okay, no. I'm starting to do pretty good at getting back my good starts, but I'm not always getting them. Okay, well, if I'm gonna be drifting, I should at least try to speed slide them, I guess. But I don't know if I'm fast enough. I didn't pay attention to if I'm fast enough at that section to be speed sliding it. And it's definitely not something I want to do if I can't actually gain from it, I guess. Oh my god, okay. I mistimed that one a tiny bit. Oh, I think I hit the grass. Don't know where though. Maybe I hit the grass just after the booster, really? It felt like I hit the grass in the middle. Oh, I jumped there. I was a little too far right. Okay. There we go. Oh god, okay. I hit the back wheel. Okay, well that's way too bad of a start. We're not continuing that. Okay, let's stay focused. I keep messing up my start setup now. I didn't have the angle there. I'm messing up my angle a little bit. That's a little slow. Okay, not bad. I think I hit the grass on that one. And that end was bad. Okay, not great. Not great on that either. Quite similar to my PB on that one. Okay. Oh god, no. Bad line there. Damn, I had to release that. I was going way too far on the inside. Oh god, I tried to go really far to the left there. Oh god, that's not a great start line. Yeah, that gave me a weird angle. Okay, that's better. Okay, that's fine. I need to be careful with that start line. Like, this is too far to the right. I need to be further left. I'm messing it up a little too much now. Now, if I take it slow for the initial setup, that's just not good. I need to have the setup be much earlier. And that was too late, and I noticed it was too late. I would have jumped so far. Okay, not great, but... Nah, that's losing time still. Okay, let's just try and get some sort of a decent line. Okay, not a bad jump. Good end. Good-ish. Since I was already minus 16 speed, that's pretty good, I guess. Okay, turned too late there. Yeah, okay, that's probably too late. I adjusted it in midair, but I went way too far. I'm adjusting too hard at the very end there. That's the difference between a drift and non-drift. I lost quite a bit on a very similar line that had a very similar speed. Yeah. Oh, I hit the grass there. That's not good. That was too low of a jump. And I'm too late on that. I think I hit the grass a tad there. Which gave me too little speed to go do my adjustment in the way that I want to. Okay. Never mind. Oops, no. Not what I want. Okay, I had a decent start, but I messed it up a little bit. No, that's too much drift. Don't want to drift at all. God. Honestly, anything that is in the blue at the first checkpoint, it's just good. It doesn't even need to be a lot better. Even 1,000th of a second is a good run. As soon as I hit 1/10th of a second, it's a lost run though, no matter what. But I need the endgame practice too, so... Oh, that's not good. That was way too wide. I went way too wide on that one. You want some much tighter lines than that. That's pretty good. That's too far to the left. I'm not adjusting it enough now. I was adjusting it too much earlier, and now I'm not adjusting it enough. And I'm going too far up the hill after the downward jump there. Like, doing this is better. Then going here, going that. And that was a bad adjustment. Going here, doing that. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Good-ish. Too wide, but good. Okay, not bad. That's a drift. That's not what I want. Dang. I really wish I could get back in the top 1000 on this map. I'm so close to it. I'm so close to it. Oh, okay. With a better end, that might have been a better run, but needed to be an essentially perfect end. Or at least perfect for me. Okay, no. Dang, I'm losing so much time to that PB. Okay. I tried to adjust because my angle was wrong, and then I went straight on that sign. Okay, let's just start to see if I can get back some of the really good start lines, because I've been losing them now. And that's a bad angle, don't want that. Okay, that's a good run overall, it just didn't have the speed. That one was slow. I think they probably hit the penalty grass. Yeah, I think I hit the penalty grass again. I'm going slightly too far right now. And because I'm going slightly too far right at the beginning, I'm just barely scratching that penalty grass. And it's actually losing me a ton of time. Yeah, I think I hit it again. Pretty sure it loses me at least 5 speed if I'm too wide. If not more, it could be even as much as 10 speed. God, I messed it up. that's close. Got the penalty grass there. Decent end. If I didn't have lower speed, I would have been in a better run. Too high. Better end. Penalty grass. Yeah, I know what makes me slow now. I can feel it when something happens. Especially on this map, I've run it so much that I just know when I hit something that I shouldn't be doing. Not soon enough on that turn. Think I hit penalty grass on that. That's faster speed. Faster speed, but worse line. Yeah. No, that was penalty grass. I didn't jump at all there. Barely had any jump. Okay, no. Okay. Penalty grass was it there. Better end though. Less speed, but better end. Yeah, comparable again. It's all of these runs are starting to blend in together now. It's starting to get hard to know what adjustment is better than the other sometimes. Okay, not really getting the result that I want on this map, sadly. But I do feel like that current record on it is by far my best ever run. Might not be my cleanest ever run, but it's by far my best result, so I'm still very happy with that. Let's see. Let's go try on this map again. I feel like I can hit that jump better. Nope, that's wrong. Didn't jump far enough and didn't have the drift. Bad angle, didn't go high enough. Okay. Wow, I didn't even make it with that low of a jump because I somehow messed up the line a little bit. No, that's not making it. Okay. I'm starting to get it back. Oof, that's very wide of a start. That's probably not good, yeah. You don't want that wide of a start. You definitely want wider than my PB, but not by a lot, I think. Oh, I was drifting too much on that. I do think getting a little bit of a far jump with a drift is good, but that was... well, I mean, that was about as far as I wanted it to be, but I needed to not have the drift. Or at least not as much. Okay. Jumping out of the map is not gonna help me on that one. Okay, wall bouncing is also not gonna help me. Okay, I'm wondering if I should be doing the harder inside line instead, because it's giving me more attempt most of the time. I mean, I'm starting to get back that line, but it's definitely not an easy one. Oh god, no, that's not far enough there. This game's a lot other than it looks. Yeah, it definitely is. And also high mid-engine. Yeah, Trackmania is actually... I mean, you say that. Trackmania is very easy on the casual level. It's hard when you want to be good. Because obviously I could do... just as an example for you, like, there's an easy route for this map. If you want to go slow and just finish it. Oops, well, I mean, I missed it there. But there's a very casual path that you can take that doesn't require to do this very hard setup. I completely missed it here anyways, but like, yeah, you can just go this way. Just do this. Go this way, and I could just finish it like this. In fact, this might even be... this was gold. This was a gold time. Other time would have been easy without the crash. Like, this isn't an hard map at all to finish. It's just a hard map if you want to compete for the top of the leaderboard, because you need to be doing that shortcut. But I do like grinding for these short maps. Those are the weekly maps, and the weekly maps are just so fun for me. Having a 10 to 20 second maps is pretty much what they are. Is much more fun to me than trying to do the same trick for a minute and a half. Or doing a very hard trick on a 1 minute and a half map that the trick is at the very end, and if you don't get it, you need to restart a full minute and a half map. But yeah, Trackmania does have some very hard stuff to be good at. But I'm enjoying learning. It's definitely a type of game that you need to enjoy not being at the top and learning slowly over time. Mio pulled you into bed instead? Well, you got a reverse Uno card there, I guess. Oh no, that's too far to the left. Ooh, that is not making it. So that is a weird map because in order to get the jump, you ideally need... Okay, well, you need to not hit that wall, that's definitely for sure. But you kind of need to go wide over here, get the angle here, jump far enough and to the right enough to get the angle to do this, and then turn in for that. Which is what you need to do, but faster. Okay, I'm losing time there. I'm wondering if I should do more of a release instead of a drift. Because releasing would lose me less speed in the moment, but gives me less turning angle. Yeah, if I don't have that angle though, it's bad. Okay, that's wide enough. Oh my god, I barely didn't make that. It was wide enough, but I started it a little too late, I think. No. I can't release that much. I need to be full speed by that point. Yeah, that's good. And I hit the inside wall. I'm turning in too much for the air setup, actually. I need to be slightly less turned in. So I need to adjust it so that I'm more like that, but I need to not miss the corner. The thing that makes this setup really hard is that I absolutely have to land that first jump into a drift. That's required, but I need it to not be too wide like this. Oh, I messed it up. Okay. I was trying to see if I could just do it full speed there as much as I possibly could, but didn't work out. That's fine. There's gonna be another run. This is definitely the map that I can improve the most easily on, I think, for this week. Although I say that, I could improve on the Reactor Boost 5th map as well, but it's so much more luck based on that map for me that I think this is the more realistic improvement. The only problem I have with this map is making the jump without hitting the tree and being far enough to the left anyways. Because the further left the jump, the better it is. Well, as long as it's not left of the trees. It needs to be right of the trees, but the further left, as close to the tree as possible. Because it gives you a better angle for the end. And I need that extra bit of angle. No, that wasn't making it, I think. I had to release and... Maybe if I trusted it, but I didn't have any time to set up, yeah. And that start is extremely important to get right as well. Which is the scary part. I got a big slowdown from having my wheel on the ledge there. If my wheel was if my car was a tiny bit further forward, that wheel hitting the ledge might not have been a slowdown, but that one was. Didn't jump far enough there. This is why this is a bit of a weird start, because you want to go wide enough to barely make it and not have to release so that you get the jump speed. But I almost always need to release instead because I'm not setting it up properly. Like this, I would have needed to release to get the angle. And that's gonna be slow, but it's gonna have the angle. But it is slower. And I started the drift way too early. Okay, not bad. Adjustment is good. Too far to the middle. Yeah, way too far to the middle. Okay, that makes it. I lost so much speed because the drift was too hard. Oh god, yeah, no. That angle was weird. Oh god. That might have made it, but... Okay. It's about the same as PB on that run, but I need to be doing better. In theory, I need to be at least 0.1 or 0.2 faster getting there, I think. Or getting to the jump, really. I know for a fact that on this map I can gain about half a second. I've seen that the top level times are in the 15.6 or so. Maybe 15.5 on the world record. Which is very fun to take a guess on until tomorrow. I think there's about 15, no, I think it's 16 or 17 hours before reset. I think it resets at noon for me tomorrow or something like that. I tried to adjust it with a small release to the gas on that one, but it's not great to be doing releases. Sometimes I don't actually want to reset a run because I want to make use of weird lines or potential okay lines as a practice. Okay, maybe if I adjusted better on that one, I could have made it faster, but I was further than I expected it to be. Ooh, that was barely not making it past that corner. I think the back wheel hit the wall, so I lost 200 speed or some crazy amount. I had to release to make the jump, and that wasn't even going to be high enough of a jump. There's a speed check on that jump too, which is why the angle is so important. Yeah, my PB has a decent end line, so I need to have a much better initial setup. Like something like this. Except I always hit the corner when I'm that far in the middle. That was actually pretty good. Very similar, but I think I was about as far behind at the last checkpoint than I was at the end line. So I had a very similar end line. The only thing that was slower was the initial getting there before the jump. I still feel like there's a way to get past the tree through the trees, but it's such a hard line to hit. I've managed to accidentally hit it once in practice, and I was surprised and didn't know what to do. Oh, dang. So funny enough, the reason why I continued that one was because of the two-wheel forward. That could have been a speed boost instead. There's a weird bug with that, where two wheels on the nose essentially is faster. So I just went for it. No, that's way too far in the middle. You can't make that. Okay, if I need to be doing an adjustment, I should be doing it right before I hit that wall to the outside as I'm setting up. That way I have the speed that I need for that jump. But that's a very mean speed check too. And I'm wondering if I'm doing the wrong thing at the beginning, because if I can just go nuts, get more speed like that, but I didn't have the speed there, because if I have, it's not just a speed check to make the jump, it's a speed check to gain enough jump distance as well, so that you can land and immediately drift the corner, which is the weird thing here. It's two jumps that need to land in a drift with two different angles and two different setups, and the second jump is dependent on the first one being good. Oh, okay, I messed up that. Okay, that's too much of a release. This is not gonna be a PB. In fact, it's not even making it. Okay. Not bad, not bad. No. That might have made it, but that... I mean, if it made it, it would have been so low. I would have needed to be way further to the right. And I could try doing the further right one. And I might go look at my reference now to see what they're doing that I'm doing different. Because there's definitely a big difference right now. Let's see, where is my reference? There it is. Let's go check it out. What I need is... Nope, it's further back. Okay, it's this one. 15.6 is what they're getting. They go on the inside there. Oh, they do a drift on the inside there. They go much lower than I do, and they do a much tighter drift there. Okay. Interesting. So they're doing a bunch of drifting. Yeah, and that guy was a 15.6 is what I saw. And it wasn't even a top level time, so 15.5 is very realistic for world record on this map. Might even be a 15.4 by now, because that video is from the beginning of the week, which means that would probably have been driven on the first day. Okay, I have a slightly different setup than the person that I was watching. And I was practicing that, but maybe I need to be practicing with the other setup. I just don't know if it's consistent enough for me. I kind of wish I knew the difference in time between me and that person by the first checkpoint, second checkpoint, etc. If I could have their ghost instead of mine, that might allow me to get a slightly better feel for what I'm doing wrong. Now, obviously, knowing somebody else's line doesn't mean I can land their line instead of mine, because that's slightly different. Also, from what I could tell from that person, they were actually neo-sliding the corner at the beginning, and that's definitely one of the tricks that I have yet to properly learn. I can do it by accident, but I can't really do it essentially on command. Okay. I got lucky on my PB or something, because I have such a boost of speed once I land that it's actually insane. I wish I could look at my ghost without having to be driving, instead of having to drive behind it. Because I would like to know what I did right on that ghost. Yeah, it went really... If I look at the drift mark, it went really far to the inside and still managed to get the jump done. It drifts on landing in the downslope, really? Okay, yeah, that's definitely the line I needed. Straight into the wall there. Yeah, I wonder if I should do airtime reduction on that. Maybe that's... Maybe that's not crazy. I think I've been ignoring the potential of airtime reduction on this, but maybe if I do airtime reduction, that works. As long as I land in a drift, maybe? I don't know. That's a hard one to call. Let's try and do a tighter line with a decent drift. And because I wasn't doing proper drifts, Oh, okay. I'm trying a different... Well, I'm trying something different here, but it's definitely not working out for me yet. We'll see if I can manage to do it. Because I want to see if I can get into a better line with better drifts and maybe somehow make it better. I mean, that wasn't terrible. I think I still need to be a slightly bit wider than what I'm doing. And do the initial first drift a tiny bit earlier. Not that early. Yep, still doing it too early. Because I'm... No. Okay, I need to get a better landmark to time it. That flag. Not bad. Okay, my wheel hit. Now, obviously, I'm using someone else as a source, and that might not have been my own tricks, and it might not even be the world record strat, because that's not a world record run. But this is a line from somebody that tends to do better than me. Dang, if I had landed that into a drift properly, that would have been a better run. Didn't land far enough on that to do my line. Yeah, if I miss my fall into drift at the very start, it's actually pretty bad because I lose a lot of speed. If I'm too far wide, that's why I wonder if I can somehow make it work in the way that they are doing it, since they don't land nearly as wide as I do, in order to get just a tiny drift towards the left in order to set up properly, but their drift is pretty good actually. The thing that I can say is I'm definitely not good enough yet in the game to be doing those type of things consistently, so this is the reason why I need so much time and so much grinding to get these, well, these shortcuts and these weird lines that I have to do on this one. Most of the top players could get a better time than me right now in a much faster fashion. But I'm enjoying the grind and it's good practice. That makes it, but I didn't have the drift on landing. I feel like I sometimes surprise myself with getting the distance that I need and I forget to set up. So I actually don't get my opportunity that I need It's almost like every run that has potential. Once I get the jump that I need, it's like a jump scare. And I just panic. Because I don't expect them. Dang, I needed to not turn as soon as I landed there. If I didn't turn, maybe that was actually possible for me to adjust it and get the horn. I didn't land in a drift there. I need to be landing in a drift. This is the reason why I say I need to land further left. Because I was way too far to the right on that one. If you land further left, you have a better chance of landing into a drift, and that makes a difference. Okay. There we go. Didn't jump far enough. Maybe at some point I'm gonna jump really far and be very lucky, and I'm gonna miss all the trees so that I can just get a really good run, but we're gonna have to be doing enough run for that, I think. I was trying to land the other line instead, because when I managed to get through the trees, I slightly clipped one of the trees, but I was actually able to drive, and I was actually really fast to the checkpoint, and I messed it up. But it was in between the furthest left tree and the second one to the left. There was a small gap there that you can get. Like, very small gap that you can somehow get. And I think if you get that, it's a slightly better setup for the end line. But it's such a hard jump to it that I don't expect to be able to do it. And since I never got that jump clean, I also don't know if it's even reasonable for me to expect to be able to get it either. For all I know, the run that I got past them might have been the best that you can do, where you just barely clip one of the wheels and you land a little sideways and you can get to continue. No, that's not a good one. Okay. No, missed that setup. Can't be jumping off. Oh, that's too much braking, I think. That's almost it. I went for it. I knew that I didn't have the other line, and I went for that inside one. Okay, that one's making it. Close, but not really what you need. Yeah, I'm messing it up still. Oh my god. Nope. Getting multiple runs in a row is pretty uncommon for me in this map at this point. Oh, okay, I wasn't... I mean, I landed in the drift, which is what I want, but I didn't have the distance that I want, so I could have maybe stabilized it and still made it. No, that's not making it. Oh god, nope, that's way too far. There we go. Yeah, that's two tenths on that one. Oh god. I jumped on the inside there. That's quite a miss from me. I feel like I don't get such a far miss at this point. Damn. I almost jumped over that branch actually, which is kind of interesting. If you do jump over that branch, you might be able to go even further than I expect, but getting that height... I mean, as far as I know, I'm not really able to get further up than what I'm doing unless I have way more speed. But I say that, but I'm trying to get there with more speed than every other run, so maybe? That was almost enough distance. Very much an almost enough distance to get the line that I want. Yeah. Oh, that bad. Never mind. God, I'm trying to go as wide as I can, but timing it to be as wide as possible without hitting the wall is harder than it looks. Yeah, that's not making it. I'm not even making the turn. Okay, went straight into that tree. Nope. That's the thing too, getting the line in between the trees is way harder, but if I get a line that is not going to make that big jump, I should still try to go for it. Yeah, that was too wide of an end. But I landed weird in the final platform on that one, so I couldn't really adjust it properly. Never mind, that's a bad jump. Okay. Let's see about this. There we go. Oh boy. This is what I mean by sometimes you don't really lose speed when you hit the little ledge. I didn't lose speed on that one, but I lost control from Oh, I definitely lost speed on this one, which is interesting. Okay, that was actually not bad. If I had been further ahead than my PB, I may have been able to get a better time. Because that end run was better. Not by a lot better, but a tiny bit better. Okay. Oh, okay. Hit the tree again. Like, this is what I mean by I managed to do this before. That's something you can do, but I even managed to do it with less of a hit where I didn't even spin. I just got a weird push downwards on one of my wheels. You can get some of these sometimes that are lucky. Dang, I was trying to angle it a little bit early and didn't manage to do it properly there. Nope, that hit the branch again. Yeah, I think I didn't have the speed on that one. This is the problem. Okay. Didn't have the speed to make that jump work. If I need to release too much at the beginning, I just don't have the speed. And if I don't have the speed, it's an issue. No. Yeah. If I mess up the angle to go right up the tree, I'm always gonna be trying the tree gap now. Because if I can land the tree gap and get an amazing time with that, I'm also gonna be happy. To be fair, aiming the gap between the trees is way harder. Yeah, this is what I mean. I got something like that before. Like, that's definitely a gap that you can get through. Oh, when I say you need to be as far left as possible to the tree without hitting the tree, that's what I mean. Like, I was so close to being as far as possible on that one. On many other maps, that still would have been amazing, but on that one, nope. Okay, not making that one. Yeah, I landed facing way too far right on that one. Nope. Oh, dang, okay. Like, that's what I mean. I got the gap there too. But I didn't manage to land it properly. If you do get that gap though, it might genuinely be a better line. I need to be as close as I can to that checkpoint on the inside, which is why I'm always hitting that little beam on the checkpoint, because I very much need to be as close to it as I possibly can to do a good line. I think it's just barely not enough speed to make that gap work. I think I need to get a small hit on one of the trees to send me up so that it can work. Otherwise it just doesn't. And that's the real line, just going that way, but I'm also curious to see if I can hit a different line than most people and maybe get something crazy. If I need to go for luck anyways, might as well go for the harder luck, I guess. That's too far to the left. I need that initial jump down to be very far to the right while facing slightly left, and it's kind of tough to do because of the way you need to do it, which is that essentially what I need to do there is to face the direction I need to go, and at the very last second I need to do a tap to the direction I want to be facing after the jump, which does alter my trajectory slightly as well, but ideally it doesn't adjust it too much. Would this game be easier with a racing wheel? Actually, not really. Racing wheel has an advantage on some of the alternate cars. On the main, well, the main F1 style car, it kind of doesn't matter. Also, setting up a racing wheel with Trackmania is very annoying and very complicated. This game does not have native support for a race wheel, so it's actually very annoying to do. I know for a fact that of course, it might depend on people. It's better to play what you're used to. It's obviously better to play what you're used to, but I know from the pro level is very split between keyboard and controller players. But I know for a fact that at the pro level, there are indeed a few people that use other devices. For instance, there is a pro player that uses a racing wheel. And in 99% of maps, it makes no difference for him in terms of speed and whatever else. But there is one style and one specific car that if he's playing with the racing wheel and whatnot, he has a massive advantage just because of how precise you need to make the turn on that alternate car. And that's the snow car. The snow car is so precise on the turning stuff that it's the only one that having a very, very precise input method for turning, like a racing wheel or like a flight stick or like something that really gives you way better control over the angle of turning. And that's kind of the only situation in which it matters. And it's especially true with ice, well, ice, wood, and stuff like that with that old core as well. Because you get so much more precision than anything else. But otherwise, there's barely any difference between input methods. In fact, there is... Some people do say that there is an advantage to having either keyboard on some maps or controller on other maps. But for the most part, the developer Nadeo, which is the developer of the game, they've been working extremely hard to balance the game well enough that the input method is almost not a factor. So it's really... the most important thing is just to go with whichever input method you're most comfortable with. And obviously for me, controller is my comfort one for this game. I do have a racing wheel though. I've tried it with Trackmania, the racing wheel, but honestly, it felt very weird, and it definitely showed me that the lack of proper support for it made it extremely awkward. Trackmania is also one of the very few racing games that I don't drive in first person. It's actually detrimental to drive first person in Trackmania. Unless it's either a session that is forced or for loops. When it comes down to loops, then yeah, it is indeed better to have it be, well, in first person for loops, but everything else you kind of want to be third person. In fact, this camera mode that I'm on right now is the one that is used by 99.9% of players. I think, in fact, the only driver that I know, at least in the top level, that actually doesn't use this camera mode is actually the player that uses racing wheel. Mostly because with the racing wheel, you kind of need to have a feel for what the car is doing, and you need to be in first person to really get that. Okay. Went for the gap instead since I couldn't make the angle. I think I just realized what the error message is with my stream element. Nah, needed to do a different adjustment to that. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna probably take a second, take a note on that, because I think I know which message isn't working. That's the landing that I want to have, but I need it on a better run that I'm faster on. And ideally, I want it on one that I land further as well. I know that my current driving route for this map is a little slower than the one that I saw at the very top level, sadly. But the top level tricks that they're using for this map are some tricks that I have yet to properly learn, so I need to use something that makes sense to me. And I can definitely still get a time improvement with my current methods. I just need to... well, I just need to land my jump better. the first one and combo it properly into the second jump. If I can do both my jumps properly, I can definitely go about 3/10 faster, which would likely bring me in the top 2000 for this map, which would be nice. Kind of wish I could get at least one more of my ×2 improved, because my current standing for the entire week is actually impressive. I think last I checked, I'm 11th in the province, which is absolutely insane. I never expected to be getting that good of a time. Well, I got a good of a record. At least not for several months. It's just... yeah. Also, I think my current standing in Canada is decent as well. I don't know if I needed to do the drift adjustment there. Maybe I didn't. Way too far. Yeah, if I don't jump far enough, it's not good. And I think that I tried to go for the low airtime jumps just to see if the low airtime stuff would be better to get acceleration on the ground. And I think it wasn't better. I think you need to have the maximum airtime on that one. Oh wow, I barely touched it. Didn't jump far enough. You can see from my PB that my PB was at least 2 or 3 car lengths further. And if I had that distance, it would have been a much nicer angle. Okay. Good speed, good setup. Missed it. That would have been a very good one. A little far wide. Let's try for the middle one. Nope. The fact that I'm able to start hitting that gap consistently is also starting to be more impressive to me. But I do think I need a lucky bounce if I want to go for that 3 gap, which I have to do again. Didn't get it. Oh god. Okay, well that still kind of works. Never mind. This time I needed a bit of a drift tab that I didn't do. Too much angle. Nope. Dang. No, didn't make it. And there's no way I'm beating that record if I'm already that far behind, huh? Which is the thing that is interesting to me is that the video that I saw as my reference uses a 2 drift setup for the start, and I'm ideally trying to go for a single drift setup that has way more speed but does a bigger drift after the jump. So it's a different strat. I don't know which is better though. Obviously I didn't watch World Record, I watched somebody that made a video, which they have a tendency to do a pretty decent line similar to the top players, but I've seen that player miss a line too that top players were doing, so I can't consider them the absolute best thing you can do. I can just look at them as being a guide to see if they can help me improve. But at this time, I think I know what I need to do. And it's just gonna need to be a case of executing on what I want. I don't know why I'm doing so much worse now all of a sudden. Why are all of my runs slow now? I used to be doing some starts that were making me so much earlier. Why am I not getting any better starts now? Okay, well, first of all, getting the really far to the left start is better. Now I messed up that line. Okay, no. If I can get second checkpoint with a much faster line, that would be better. I think it's fine for me to be slightly slower at the first checkpoint. What I need is a faster second checkpoint. I mean, it's not just faster on speed, I need to be faster on the split too. Like, that might have been good if I was just a tad bit closer to the inside. In fact, I think I need to be faster on both. I need to be faster on the split on the first checkpoint, but I need to be faster on both by the second checkpoint. Never mind. Oh, okay. I bumped the wall there. Unintentionally, of course, because I'm not supposed to be hitting the wall there. Okay. There we go. Dang. That's the line that I want, but I had a bad drift, so that didn't work out. Nope. Too wide, yeah. Nope, nope. I wasn't making that. It was fast though. Too much angle and not enough speed. That's way too late, yeah. Okay. I need to be earlier than that a little bit. That way I can make that turn with a... It's almost just a brake tap if I have the proper angle. No, well, a little bit more than that. Yeah, that's not bad. But that was too wide, so I had to adjust way too much. Dang, no. God. No, that's not making it. I'm too slow on that one. And too low as well. Okay. The thing is, I'm also trying to... Like, well, yes, I'm trying to get my really good time. This is more than just me trying to get my really good time. This is also me trying to practice my consistency. So that I'm getting my lines that I'm intended to get more often. So... This is more than just hoping for a lucky drop or a lucky bounce or something like that. This is me trying to make sure that I'm controlling the car better in general, which is why I don't mind resetting often, because I need to be getting better at that level of control that I don't currently have. Although I say that, I'm definitely getting much better. I messed it up. That was my best opportunity by far, and I messed it up. Okay, I also realized that if I have the proper angle to do my stuff, I actually can go less wide than I intend to actually go. Like somewhere on there. No, it's actually less even than that. And it's faster too. That's not even enough. And that one was a bad landing. Too much angle on that one. Okay. No, not happening. I mean, that's still not a bad run. Just that was slower before I even got there, and my end was slower too. Oh, dang. If I can manage to get the extra speed that I want before checkpoint 2, I can be further down the middle. And it's actually fine. But I need to have the speed to make it further after the jump. Otherwise, I just can't make that. So I wonder if I need to be a tad bit wider and do this instead. And yeah, I guess that could have made it. Would have been a bit of a low jump though. God, there's a fine line between being just sideways enough after the jump for the drift, or being just sideways enough to get full grip pretty much immediately. Like that. That's pretty much full grip, but there was a little bit of drift. I mean, that's gonna be full grip, but don't have the angle. Okay, I'm gonna need to try and do a better line than that, I think. The thing is, the pro line that I saw is not feasible for me at this time. I'm just not good enough for it. And I have a feeling I'm gonna be losing too much speed if I try to get it with my current techniques that I know. Whereas I can try and beat my score. Might move on and go check a different map. I'm also gonna make that note that I wanted to do. Oh, it seems like my ranking went down a little bit. I was 11 earlier. Feels like a few people decided to jump on and grind the maps. I'm still top 10 on this map for the regional ranking at least. I used to be top 10 on this one too, and I think for the first couple days I was in top 10 on that one. Actually, yeah, I was on top 10 on that one the first couple of days. These being top 50 still is pretty good. In the countries, top 50 on this one is actually pretty amazing. Top 200 on that is great, and world is now just barely in the outside the top 1000, which is honestly, it's kind of sad for me to lose the top 1000 literally on the last day, but that's gonna happen. Okay, that's gonna be my note for after stream. And that should be good of a note. Okay. What map should I go back to? I mean, do I try to get that really precise line? That's another one that I can definitely improve on. And if I improve on that one, I could get a top 1000 time on that one instead. This one is definitely feasible for me too, to get an improvement. I know for a fact that my run has a slightly bad end. In fact, it's got a good run overall, but it's not great in any section. The only section that is really good on that one is the mid section being really nice, but everything else is just good. And now I wasn't wide enough for that. And I read that one too late. Let's try and see. Yeah, that's it. And I started that turn too late. I wasn't gonna make it. This is one map that I'm really proud because I found the right line by myself. Unlike the previous pathfinding maps that I was missing stuff after my own pathfinding attempts. But this map, I have my own path. Well, I found the path on my own, which I'm very happy about. Definitely very, very happy about that. Never mind. I mean, oh, I actually hit the wall on the right side, so I didn't make it. Like, this is a map at this point where I almost need to be, like, where I really need my wheels to be almost going through the walls in every spot in order for me to be able to get a better time. And I'm not joking on that, because in Trackmania, with the way the hitbox work, you can get a slightly bit of clipping of the wheels through surfaces and still make it through with no speed loss, but it needs to be very close, and you can sometimes get away with it, but it's obviously not my goal to be pixel perfect, but I would like to be a little bit closer to the walls than I currently am. That does mean I'm gonna be resetting more, but by being closer to the wall from the beginning, I'm gonna be getting an advantage on my PB right away, which means better chances of getting a better time. But this is definitely one of those maps that are gonna be a bit of a hard one to improve on, because my current time is already strong. I mean, anything that is close to the top 1000 for me right now is extremely strong, so I can't really complain with this time. In fact, I can't complain with any of my times this week. None of them are bad. All of my times this week are honestly better than a new player can do, so And way better than a new player can do, in fact. And I'm well above author time in every single map. Well, especially on this one. Almost 20 seconds author time on this map is extremely slow. I think the author didn't even use the proper line for this one. I'm wondering if I need to be doing two little bit of a lift. Doing one before and one after the long section right before the end. That might be required. Just so that you can line it up a tiny bit better. Because I'm trying to carry more speed through that area now, which is obviously what you want, but it means I'm struggling with the turns. Oh, okay. Hit the wall there. Never mind. Okay. Oh god, I'm trying to be close to that outside wall there so that it gives me a better angle for this turn. But it does mean that I have a higher chance of bumping some of these outside walls, sadly. Dang. I was almost exactly in the same spot as my PB, but obviously my PB didn't hit that wall to the left. Okay, well, I don't know why I'm going that wide now. It's definitely not what you want. Yeah, it was way too wide there. I don't know why I went that far wide. Okay. These adjustments that I need to make on these maps are very quick and very annoying. And they're very close to walls. Meaning that every little change that I do has a big chance of essentially ending the run every single time. And I do think that I need to be... I mean... on that very tight one at the end here of that long straight diagonal, I do think that I need to be a little wider. Hi, Emerald. Dang. Never mind, missed that. These are very hard improvements to make now. Nope, don't make that. Getting some good runs? Yeah, I only got a single improvement today. And it was a very, very small improvement. Not on this map. On the reactor boost map, the 5th one. I mean, I'm not getting bad runs. I'm just not beating my times. all my times are very optimal. And from my understanding of watching videos from other people doing the maps, I have found pretty much every single of the best lines this week. There's a small little detail that I missed on the reactor boost map, but otherwise I essentially found the best route on every map. So that means that all of my times that I grinded for last weekend were already pretty good. I'm still keeping my one good, really good time. I'm still keeping top 10 in the region for now. But I lost the other ones. I did also barely lose the top 1000 in the world in both of my runs that were likely to have it, which is this map and the other map that I had the top 1000 time as well. So both of these maps are now barely out of the top 1000, sadly. Although if I can beat either one of them again, I could get a new time in the top 1000. It's just obviously not easy because my times are starting to be looking like this, where I need to be going extremely close to the wall to even get a chance at beating my time. Like even this, that's an amazing time for most people. 11.2 would be absolutely massive of a time for most players. The fact that I have an 11 flat almost on this map is pretty incredible. I know world record is in the 10.8 or something at best. Because I saw a time that was faster than mine at the 10.9 and it was like top 50. And it was a height of a 10.92 and it's like 10.95 or something like that. So I expect 10.8 to be roughly world record. Meaning I'm very close to it on this map. It is a short map though, but I'm still extremely close to world record. And I know for a fact that I have the skills to get a better run on this map. There's no special trick, there's no special line, there's no anything. It's just timing my turns better, and there's at least one gas release here that I need to land and not mess up the turn after that. And if I can get a better one, then maybe I can break my current time. There's a chance that top player are drifting, but I think it's a release, not a drift. I haven't seen anybody do a drift. I've seen people do releases and nothing else. But for the most part, my runs have been pretty good tonight. I might not be beating my times, but I've got several maps that I got within really close. I think I got within about 20 thousandths on one of the really strong maps that I had. Don't remember if it's this one or the other really good one that I was in the top, that I managed to almost beat it, but it's still pretty impressive that I'm doing this good so far. Okay. Got distracted by Twitch telling me we had ads on that one. I will say I do feel like I'm starting to get a bit tired though. This game has a tendency of requiring a lot of focus for me, plus streaming requires focus too, so we are likely heading towards the end of stream for tonight very soon-ish. Dang. I think I still need to be a little bit wider on that. Is it wider or is it tighter that I need to be? I don't know for a fact. That's definitely one that I think my reference video doesn't do much different than I do. It's just slightly better on the angles in a few places. Nope, that's too wide of a start. I don't want to hit the wall constantly, but I also need to be going really close to it. Oh god, okay. Never mind. Nope, too early. Like, that was still another really nice time. And like I said, for this map, anything on that is like 11.2 or better is technically amazing. So I'm not exactly doing bad. Yeah, I think it might be a different timing than I expect to have to use actually. It's possible that I'm trying to hit a wrong timing for the release, and I think it might be here. No, maybe it's a little bit earlier than that actually. Because I need to figure out where I need to release the gas a tiny bit so that I can have enough angle to get a sufficient turning angle to get my very nice end line. Because without the end line improvement that I know I can do, there's no chance that I really get a good time. I messed it up. I got the brake release though. That's kind of where I need it. But I messed up the turning after that. Because that was faster. So yeah, it is just after I pass the corner. But like just after, like here. But I need to be on a better angle before that. Okay, so I need this, I need that. That was bad. I need a later turn a tiny bit than that. Like here and this. That's pretty much it. Okay. Never mind. Okay. I mean, I could try a bit harder to control it so I don't turn directly into that wall by releasing the turning a tiny bit, but I need as much turn angle. So that's not what I want, because I should be still turning right after I pass that corner. No. A tiny bit too early on that one. Wow, I hit the back wheel, not even the front one. I'm really trying to use 100% of the space that is available on this map. And it's definitely not easy to use that much space in some of these areas. Because we're definitely very tight on a lot of these corners. Yep, not there. Okay. No, not that one either. That was close to what I need, but it wasn't fast enough anyways, so that's fine. I think that's also, again, the back wheel hitting, not even the front wheel, which is interesting sometimes that I get the back wheel hits instead of front wheel. Okay, we're close to a better time, but we're definitely hunting for a very hard one to beat now. Nope. There we go. That angle was wrong. I definitely wasn't making it because the angle was wrong coming into the last corner. I need a slightly better angle, but getting that angle is harder than it looks. I mean, that's still a great run, but it was slow getting there. It just caught up at the end. I messed up the release there. Ooh, bad turn. Bad initial turn. Bad turn there too. Not enough angle on that. Yeah, you need to go wider. And going wider is not that easy. Because you don't want to go too wide either. Yeah, I need to be careful because I hit that inside there often. I mean, that angle is not a problem for me to hit. Oh god, I released that way too early. Okay. I was catching up. That was actually a good one. It was slow getting to the setup though, but if I can get there faster, maybe. It's definitely possible for me to beat this map, I think. I just don't know if the time I would get would really be significant. But I do think I see myself getting maybe 1/10 faster on my best of best runs. But that would be amazing. If I can get sub 11 on this map, I would be extremely happy. I don't even know if that's realistic for me, but I would love it. But to be fair, I'm already so close to every wall on my personal best that it's very dangerous on every run if I want to even beat my best time right now. It's so hard to go faster than this. If I'm too wide there, it's actually terrible too. I went too far to the left at the beginning there. Hesitated too long to turn there. Nope. I think I was off on the angle a little too much there. I'm gonna try and slightly change my line, but only just slightly. Just because I want to have a slightly better turn angle, and I'm wondering if it's gonna matter or if it doesn't matter at all. Because it might matter, but it might not. Okay, well that wasn't the adjustment I needed to do. Not bad. The thing is, getting something that matches or beats my PB in the first half is not even something I do frequently. Because this is just all good of a start where, well, all good of a run that we have now. Nothing on the PB currently is exceptionally good. It's just clean all the way around. It's nothing gets decent but not amazing lines and just gets a good end. The end is the only thing that is really good on that PB. No, I'm not making that. Okay. Good. Too early. Too far right, obviously. Okay. I'm gonna try a different release adjustment if I can get to it in the way that I want. No, doesn't make it. Because I want to see if I can get a different little angle thing. I wonder if I can make a drift after that turn and then having it be good. Might be a good move to just try it, I guess. Huh. Wasn't terrible. I forget that this is Magnet too. I think at least. I think it's Magnet. I'm trying different stuff to see if I can go faster with a different method, but this is just a little bit of curiosity, making me want to try a little couple of details that might be better. God, I had what I wanted, so I didn't go for my adjustment that I wanted to test, but I messed up my adjustment. In fact, I probably need to do that adjustment later. I think I was too early. That was almost the same run as my PB. No. Man, having the PB in front of me and seeing that I'm literally like about a wheel off to the left, and that's the only reason I'm not making some of these corners, is kind of annoying sometimes, but that's the reality of being that close to the corner at this time in every corner. I legit need to have all of these corners being as close as I can make them be. And get some really good lines like this, but dang, that was close actually. Ooh, okay, no. Yeah, I'm getting some very fast starts right now, but I need just a tiny bit more speed to make it faster in some of these areas. And it's tough to carry all the speed in every single one of these runs. Because I'm already pushing the limits everywhere. But there's no way that's worse in every way already, yeah. I messed it up. Nope, messed that one up too. Yeah, I'm wondering if the brake tabs might help a tiny bit. Because of the way the surface is, the brake tabs are helping me turn a tiny bit tighter without that much speed loss compared to what I'm used to. So that might be a good move. Hard call to make though. Very hard call to make. Okay. Man, I'm trying to go as close to that corner as possible, but I'm hitting it so much. And it's the most important one too. If I hit that one, well, if I don't get close to that one, I'm not making it to the line that I need for the very end one. I wonder if it's worth sacrificing a tiny bit of time for that wider setup here, but I mean, I need to have a good start that doesn't lose half a car length. Like, that's already kind of bad. No. I did 2 adjustments on that one instead of 1. You don't want 2 adjustments, it's only 1 at a time for this map. Cannot make both a brake tap and a gas release. That's just not ever gonna be fast. I need to do one or the other, but never both. Dang, I thought I was past on that one. Okay, not bad, but I missed that turn. Okay. That was one of the rare instances of me being ahead at the beginning. Okay. Touch the wall. Dang. And it's crazy how much time you lose if you even just slightly too wide at some of these corners right now. God. Just taking a quick hand break because it's been a few hours and I definitely needed that, but jeez. This is definitely not an easy map for me to get faster now. Okay. No, too early. Too early on that too. I'm too early there. Okay. I think I'm too close to the inside when I'm turned like that. I need a little bit more wide than that. Okay. Hmm. Ah. Oh, I hit the wall there. Okay. Wow, okay. I released way too much there, I think. No, not yet. Okay, let's see. Missed that one up. I had to adjust my turning angle and I then proceeded to miss the next turn after that. That is yet again a very close run, but I'm not beating my run. I'm just getting close every time. Oh my god, yeah. It's not the first one that barely misses. Okay. Uh... Okay. All right. We're getting close to beating this PB, but we're not doing it, which is kind of annoying. Oh, I barely brushed the wall somewhere. No. close. I see what I did wrong though. Oh, bad line there. Probably only a few more runs before I decide to finish stream. I am getting hungry and I'm getting kind of tired, starting to lose focus, which is to be expected for me. I do end up being tired after a while, so that is not a surprise. Nice! Nice! Perfect! I'm happy with this. We're ending the night on this W. We're definitely ending the night on this W. Now my best performance this week, most likely. And I'm saving the replay. And let's go have a look. That's a top 5. That's a top 5. I'm in the visible leaderboard on the province. And that's likely to stay. People have about 15 hours to beat that. Like, it's not top 5 in the world, it's only top 500, well, barely out of the top 500 in the world, but that's still an amazing performance. And this is how much of a difference it makes for this map. Like, my previous best was 11.06. I did an improvement of literally 0.04, and that gave me over 500 position. In fact, it gave me almost 1,000. In fact, I think it gave me more than 1,000 position. Wasn't I 1,600? I think it gave me about 1,100 positions. That's how close those times are. That's why I said world record is like 11.8 at best. There's nothing faster than that for sure. Or at least very unlikely unless they have a different strat entirely. But I'm really, really happy with that. Like, obviously, like, world time is what matters the most, but I'm also very happy with my regional times, since that also matters to me right now. Getting good here means a lot, especially when you know that, I think, yeah, the person in first in this map, is it the, wow, he's not even top in the first in the world, but the Carl Jr. here, that's the world champion. So I was competing with literally the world champion on some of these maps. So yeah, that's fun to see. But yeah, I'm gonna be ending stream here. Definitely gonna be raiding into Tina, since she's live now. And that's definitely what I'm gonna be watching for the rest of the night. Let's go into Tina. Obviously, raiding into Tina is not gonna be an issue because Tina never is an issue for me to raid. Perfect. Let's see, where is my OBS? Perfect, there it is. Alright, I'm gonna give my thanks to everybody that showed up tonight, obviously, and oh, apparently Macroscape has an issue. Huh, okay. Well, whatever, it's fine. Oh, it connected back, perfect. Anyway, I'm gonna wish you all a good rest of your night, and thank you for coming, and I hope to see you guys on a different day. Have a good night.